And we are live. What is up, everybody? How are y'all doing on this fabulous Saturday afternoon? Hope you're all having a lovely time as we're here to finish up Dual Destinies. I got GCD here.
My computer's fixed.
Yay! Got your pewter back.
That's all from me.
That's it. You're like, okay, I'm out of here.
Yep.
That's all my contract had. I say one thing and I'm out of here.
Exactly.
So, you ready to finish up Dual Destinies?
No.
Well, okay, then I'll just stop the stream then. Because that's what
we're
we're...
ready now. It's just like, are you ready? No. Are you ready now? Yes.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. Let's get it all started. Let me just do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Hey, Jobu, how you doing? How are you doing? Just getting everything right there. Let me share the screen with you. You can see it, right?
Yep.
Now I'll let chat see it too. Whoa! Turnabout for tomorrow. Wait, is that it? Trial day one, trial day... What? Let me just double check that real quick. That something doesn't seem right there.
The fifth chapter, I believe, only had one trial.
Oh, okay. The whole day one, trial one made me think this is the start. Okay.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be the longest trial of the series, I think.
Yeah, that's what I heard. This is pretty long. Hey, 13 Lions, how you doing? Oh my gosh, they brought the bailiffs like, oh, we're guarding a blown up courtroom.
Aren't we supposed to be in courtroom number 4?
Maybe courtroom number 4 got blown up as well, so they just have us resting in another one beforehand.
Oh, I guess.
I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red cyclock cyclock protects a secret a person is continuously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of.
So even they don't know it's there?
Athena is trying to keep anything from you on purpose.
Or isn't?
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
So we have to do...
Have you ever seen these black cyclocks before?
I believe we've seen them once before, but it was just kind of yeah, I think they were referenced once in the base game or in the first trilogy.
Okay. Okay, so all I have to do is break the cyclocks.
According to my research, a black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart.
We can all assume that Kristoff had his breakdown. That also was the moment his black cyclock broke, hence why he ended up looking broken. Okay.
If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good.
Give therapy to the therapist. Uh-oh.
Yeah, let's not turn Athena into a vegetable.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Pearls, could you stand by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
All right. But will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick?
No. I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
All right. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. This is gonna be interesting. This is, the last time Phoenix went up against Edgeworth by himself, it was, when he was still a rookie.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago.
Just to let you guys know, this case has 3 bad endings. Oh,
Wow.
Wow. Okay, then.
3 different bad endings?
Oh, probably if you basically keep, if I had to guess, if you keep Simon as the guilty party, if you keep Athena as the guilty party, and then there's probably some third option.
Okay.
If I had to guess.
Then we'll have to save often. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery.
Just a moment, everybody. We would like to say that the courthouse is not responsible for any injuries caused by debris.
You all
All right,
signed the
let's
waiver.
The roof has been completely blown off, and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Why is the robot testifying?
Court or some
A facsimile?
I guess so.
Face-
That's enough.
Face smile?
or some facsimile thereof is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. This better be good because this was my day off.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackquill. I'm begging you. My daughter's still in there.
Court is now in session for the very serious and proper trial of Athena Sykes.
This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor?
You know what I said, Phoenix. However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR-1 incident, in which the prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the Oddige dark age of the law.
I think it's odious.
Oh, odious? I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to our court system.
Wait, oh, I guess Travis wasn't aware yet. Yeah, Athena's on trial for murder.
Yep, she got caught up in murder. She caught a murder charge 2 streams ago.
Uh-huh. And she's accused of murdering her mother.
13 Lines asks, I wonder how Edgeworth reacted to Phoenix defending an orca after getting his badge back. He probably just like, that's Phoenix. It's like, oh, same old Phoenix.
I don't know, because that's got to be the most ridiculous case yet. It's like, right? Was it your intention to make headlines? Because you're making headlines.
I told you this is behind, like, by the books, like under the radar type thing, right? Also, thank you so much, Dexter, for gifting a membership. Thank you so much.
Oh, nice.
Anime Wows in the chat.
I didn't read that.
Oh, whoops, I thought you did.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else.
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
Also, Dexter, if you have Discord or Twitter, send me a message over there. I could send you a invite to my server since you bought a membership. I'm sorry, right? But the situation, what it is, and I must do. No, I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
First degree murder is planned murder.
Yep.
Oh my.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
I gotta say that that cutscene had no right being that hard.
Honestly, I didn't feel anything from it. I'm just like, these cutscenes are eh.
I liked it. The animation is pretty good. I get what you're saying with the voice acting.
Anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Or is the sentence over?
Yeah, I think the sentence is over.
Okay. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking right up where we left off.
Like good old times. I don't see your Discord. It is Dexter. Do you have a Twitter? Just send me a message over on Twitter. That would be the best bet. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackquill of false accusation and end this insanity.
It's still better than the actual anime. I highly disagree, Dr. Awesome. I think the voice acting in the anime was pretty good. Well, then again, I did watch the subbed version. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer.
One moment. There we go. Try that, Dexter.
I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill did it either.
To all those that are coming in, you're not late at all. We are just starting up. So you're just in time. Perfect timing, perfect timing.
So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. Put it simply, a spy.
true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackquill and expose the spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Humph. No need for the chief prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although, I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Oh, of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little fun.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear? Interesting.
Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred in the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist, we said Metis?
I think we said Metis.
Metis, okay, so Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotic lab on the 4th floor.
Athena's mother.
Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1. Blackquill was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2. This photo, which captured the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed.
Dude has not had a haircut once since going to prison.
I was about to say, do they not have barbers in prison?
Nope. It would appear the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackquill did indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackquill, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. This is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see.
The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years.
New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway?
What's strange of that photo, it seems to come outside a window. Oh.
Wait, for real? Can we take it? I was gonna let you read the lines, but I kind of want to see that photo again.
Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and see it then.
Hey!
It
What?
is!
How did
No,
Was it always like
that's
that, or
right.
Was it zoomed in?
That's right. That's right. This is from the. Remember, there was a photographer taking pictures of the satellite, and they just happened to catch this as well.
Oh, okay.
Bobby Fulbright's name! In Justice We Trust!
What are you doing here?
Oh my god, Bobby Fulbright might be getting some salary cuts. I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackquill. She says she's too busy with all the confining and threatening the hostages and all.
That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Ponco.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackquill has conducted her own investigation. And through her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwill's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll give testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Okay, so he's just a carrier pigeon. Okay, cool. Okay, Phoenix, be gentle. This is not his testimony. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. At the time, they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why was he rolling cases? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Oh. Do we have those cases? We do not have the cases. Okay.
We might have to press for the evidence.
Yeah, probably. And that's Miss Blackwill's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentioned, there were other rolling cases like the ones in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment.
I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. Oh, those 3 in the background.
Yep. At the last trial, they thought that prosecutor Blackquill was using the case to steal the rock. And they had perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotic lab. And that camera captures footage of Blackquill leaving the scene with the case.
I can see why that footage helped bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure.
Okay, so we get a little bit more information about that video. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside of the Space Center grounds.
Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found?
She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center, in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackquill most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been.
So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi?
That is what the evidence is saying, yes.
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother, and you are actually claiming an 11-year-old girl.
Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Spike's special ability, aren't you, Your Honor?
Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting...
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother.
You know, this courtroom's in pretty good condition for having a bomb gone off in it.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
All right, let's press the theory.
Hold it!
So Prosecutor Blackquill willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else?
Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackquill appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackquill is no murderer, Mr. Wright.
But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth.
So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less.
Ooh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating.
I'm so glad you're both back together. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
It sounds like Edgeworth was in like the midst of sneezing, or just about to sneeze during that.
It sounds like he was trying to do an impression of Von Karma.
In his old age, he's turning into Von Karma.
Ugh.
No, no. Miss Blackquill has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one that screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off.
Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit.
Ha 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 ha! Now I know what they mean. What they mean when they say "close enough to argue." Move it on. Oh wait,
Yeah?
why the rolling case? The video. Wasn't there a camera? He could just be walking out with this moon rock.
That's true. He was rolling the case along for some reason.
Is there a picture of the moon rock?
Athena's earring has part of the moon rock.
I mean, granted, like I want to see how big. The moon was cut. The stone was cut from the real moon rock. Yeah, that's true. I don't know.
This rolling case. I suppose you mean this. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackquill in it?
Oh, there is
But
a
was
missing one right there.
But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken?
Yes, that is the one. And Miss Blackquill has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case?
Hold it!
And And how do you propose he hit a person inside one of those cases?
Have you forgotten what we saw just, have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Oh my god, Edgeworth goes to her magic shows. That's adorable.
Oh, that's fun. Oh yeah! Way to ruin the memory of a good day. I was so proud of her.
A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me.
Oh, judgy. Actually, I would have liked to go too.
My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again?
Magic. Prosecutor Blackquill was using the case to hide someone.
Okay, out of curiosity, if we go to the profiles, will it tell us the character's height?
We could definitely check. Oh, I can't go into the profiles.
Where are the profiles? Well,
That's weird. Hey, Wolfo, thank you for the $2, Trucy. Uncle Edward, Uncle Judge, you came! The only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena. Wait a second. That would be the case for this one right here. You could easily hide an 11-year-old in this case. But that big case?
Zeke, I'm sorry. Give me just 1 sec. I'm getting a phone call.
Oh, okay. That scene right there with Athena's mother might be the most goriest and violent shot in the history of Ace Attorneys, and I fucking love it. You know what? The grand scheme of things, I can kind of see it. Yeah, it is a pretty gory scene. I'm gonna just take a opportunity since he's having a phone call to review what we have here. I take it that's her. That's her jacket right there. What is this? Is another thing. There's the sword. Any evidence the difference between the swords? I mean, it kind of looks the same. Wait a second. If that it was proven that this jacket was hers. This might be. Oh, it's all good. I'm just looking at some of the evidence while we were waiting for you. I found something. It's not private to what we're talking about right now, but I just realized. So look at where this gash is. We've decided this was Sykes' jacket.
Yeah.
There's no blood stain, which at the same time, just like Dr. Awesome saying, however, the blood stain that could easily be washed. Look at where the slash is.
Okay.
Kind of like off to the side. Look at where the victim was stabbed, though.
That
looks like kind of mid-chest. Plus the jacket was all the way over here.
That is interesting.
Something that could be different of the sword. We didn't see the hilt. That is true, because we could take a look here. I mean, that looks like the same hilt right there. Oh, there's the moon rock right there. That's the size of the moon
okay.
rock.
We do have a picture of it. Cool.
And there's that arm. We have that arm right here that was, I think, bloodied in this photo. Robots don't bleed.
Yeah, that's very true.
Interesting. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. That's true, Jordan. The hilt isn't seen. That is true.
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility.
In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackquill had in that case?
I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackquill was using the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Humph. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Oh my gosh, I thought of something.
Yes.
Given the facts, the bloodied arm, like the arm of the robot, and the case is right here.
Uh-huh.
Look at this. I think he was transporting the robot.
That's an interesting theory.
I think that's what's in that case. He was moving the robot.
Okay. Yikes. Give a guy some time to think.
Don't worry, Nick. I did the thinking. That should scare you, but I did the thinking.
Let's see. Should I try and bluff my way through what could have been in that case?
Let's do it.
I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackquill carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? Guess what?
Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is.
In this crime scene photo taken, this is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackquill left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackquill to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now.
All right then, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Black...
Oh. Welcome back.
I'm sorry?
Oh,
Did
are
it
you
cut out?
Yeah, you disappeared for a second.
Oh,
What did Prosecutor Blackquill take from the scene of the murder?
let's try the robot arm.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robotic part on the top of this cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone.
I didn't even notice that was the same cart as well.
It is. What do you know? In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture.
But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be?
Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Well, I got nothing else to run with, so... Speaking of which...
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball.
stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Oh, don't you know everything's a subscription model now? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moonrock and the robot arm.
Was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped up entirely in bandaging, make it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belongs to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was at the time or not, or whether it was there at the time or not.
But, Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type.
That's beside the part. That's beside the point, Your Honor.
I can use a printer. I did it 7 years ago.
You know what? I feel as if that really shows something if you can use a printer. Like I'm gonna be real here.
Mm-hmm. You know what I figured out?
What?
Printers can help you prove if your VPN works or not.
Really now?
Uh-huh. I remember I was trying to print something off my printer, and I was trying for like maybe 20 minutes, and it wouldn't respond. And then I tried turning off my VPN, and it printed.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, VPNs work.
I've been thinking of getting myself one of those.
When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know that this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belongs to.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponco. But take a look at Ponco's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
Naive is such a weird-looking word.
That's true.
Got the little dots.
Is naive even really an English word?
I don't know where its origin.
I think if it has one dot, it turns into knave. Let me double check this. No, apparently, okay, like it doesn't need the 2 dots.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it one of those like it's like official, like it's a official title or what, something like that? But you can like everyone knows what it sounds like even without it.
Apparently, the 2 dots is just a variation, so you can just spell it N-A-I-V-E, and that's it.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe knave has a K in it. Yeah, I'll think about it later. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponco. Oh, so knave doesn't have an I in it. Okay, back on track.
Order in the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this?
I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and hurl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there.
The case does come up to about mid-thigh height. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackquill.
Oh my god, I just realized something. Did Prosecutor Blackquill just pick up a fucking sword and just hack apart the robot?
Surely he... I don't know.
What are you, stupid? That explains the blood. He did that.
You gotta be kidding me.
Ponco got shredded up by the samurai.
Really? I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Rip Ponco indeed. F in the chat for Ponco.
I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
They've got me there. So then did Prosecutor Blackquill make a Ponco fit in the... So did Prosecutor Blackquill make Ponco fit into the case by...
Dismantling her.
Gosh. Oh my god!
Oh my good gracious!
He got the robot apart!
Poor Ponco!
Poor Ponco.
Of course Ponco would fit. All Prosecutor Blackquill had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case.
You know what the sad thing is? That thing could like detect human emotion. It probably was just like, hey, hey, Prosecutor Blackquill. Oh my God, what are you doing?
Oh,
Just
no.
cutting him to shreds. It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in the flash. Push the dismantle button.
Oh, so he used the machine. He didn't cut her up ruthlessly.
Please tell me he still did that.
That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
I like the idea of him just fruit samuraiing it or fruit ninjaing it apart.
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where the robot was dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was...
He used the katana on the robot to disassemble it. The mad lad.
Come on!
The mad lad.
Okay.
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackquill, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Is it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of very tough material. A blade could slice through them.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackquill. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponco was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponco was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean...
The only thing he was guilty of is cutting apart a robot.
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off, was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponco is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwill's feet.
Not hearing this.
Therefore, what was transferred inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes was never at the scene at the time of the murder.
Ah! My head, my body. Where am I? God. This poor robot just gets abused.
Order! Order in the court!
It's true that Ponco was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterwards.
Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill innocent.
Objection!
It's time for a robot autopsy report.
Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I could see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot.
All right. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponco and Miss Sykes couldn't have both fit inside the case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackquill's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the onset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. I said she did it. That's my theory. Thanks to the defense.
Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackquill from behind. What more? He's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone.
That's hardly evidence.
I have proof. The shirt coat Professor Blackquill was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain was highly distinctive shape.
A blood stain? With a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
7 years ago, the defendant was known to consistently wear a certain item, which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. That's Woods.
Juniper. Okay.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Analysis showed the bloodstain to be the exact same shape of these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackquill's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed.
Blackquill carried Miss Sykes, who has been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument.
Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that the simple robot was the real murderer.
I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time?
No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was concluded unrelated to the case.
But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponco to the stand.
A robot witness? Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him.
Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponco.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Were you Ponco or do you want me to be Ponco?
You were both Clonco and Ponco. Do you want me to take Ponco?
I'll take Ponco. My name is not
Okay.
Witness. My name is Ponco. Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponco. Say it with me. Ponco. I love how they brought back Edgeworth having problems with every single witness.
That's true.
What an utterly inflexible little robot.
You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible.
You remind me of my grandchild, who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
All right, Ponco. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m., in the robotic lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
Oh my.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all.
This is great. I just knew Ponco must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponco as another grandchild.
Oh my gosh, the judge just wants to just like, Ponco, you are mine now.
Bailiff, get me some adoption papers. Pronto! So, little Ponco, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
I love the judge, dude.
He's funny.
I went to the robotic lab at 2 p.m. For my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There was no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
What?
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So what are you suggesting?
Suggesting it's not real, your judge. Put away the adoption papers.
Aww, but he's cute.
The witness's statement needs to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but
Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment.
What?
Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
Uh-oh.
I see. Murder after a heated argument, and the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponco doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
No.
Don't be ridiculous! A cross-examination is never useless. Seriously, how many trials did you work with me?
Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
Humph. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time.
Very well. Even if it might be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be.
You know what? I'll be right back. Give me a moment.
Okay. Okay, well, the chat's mine. How y'all doing, chat? How can I mess up this stream? Actually, I don't think I can. Like, there's nothing I can do to outdo Zeke. I mean, every time Zeke comes into one of my streams, he just causes havoc. So I thought maybe it could be my turn, but I don't think there's anything I can do. Okay, then we'll just talk casually. Doing good. Was playing some good old PS3 games. Ah, yes, the PS3. You know, I really wish I had gotten into the PS3 instead of the Xbox 360 back in the day. Oh, so you're going to be like Jet Boy? Okay, Roderick, me or Jet Boy? All right, you have to pick. What are you gonna pick? Good, about to crack open a Pepsi I saved for this trial. Cool, I guess. I personally, I cannot stand soda.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
You were comparing. Roderick was saying you're being like Jet Boy.
Yeah, I was gonna try and think of a way to cause some chaos in the stream, and like, I don't think I can out chaos Zeke.
No, you cannot. You can't out
So
Pizza the Hut.
I just kind of gave up on the spot and just like, so how are you guys doing, chat?
No, I had a Bluetooth headphones, so I was able to hear.
Oh.
I got that got me a chuckle, but yeah, you can't out Pizza the Hut.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I want to see something. Do we have a picture of where the recharge station is? We do not. We saw it in the investigation, but...
Did we?
I have to refill my battery power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that. So that recharge occurs around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder. That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I...
Hold it!
Hugged her? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You saw the two of them, or you said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell. Even though they were speaking so loudly?
You know what I just realized? Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID number. Can also recognize a person by facial features once a face has been registered. Can infer the people's emotion by analyzing their tone of voice.
Ooh, we gotta press. We gotta find a way to get that information.
Yeah, we gotta figure out some way to prove that it was not a hostile conversation. I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper.
Well, that explains why some of Ponco's testimony is so vague.
It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis is very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart?
Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. Wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponco, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, could have possibly proven that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Ponco must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now.
But that's the exact opposite of where the body was. Yeah, because this is in the other side.
Right.
That's the assembly thing. What is going on here? And yeah, it makes sense because that's the charge.
Uh-huh. Okay.
There is something.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like to add it to her testimony.
Very well. Ponco, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Judge is getting way too into it.
It's just so cute.
You remember this is a trial for murder, right, Your Honor?
Mr. Wright, you gotta look at the positives where you can. I've been trying murders for 60 years. It gets to you after a while.
You would think after like at least 30 you would get used to it, but no. There's the charge. There's the workbench. This is where the giant robot is now. This is where the charge thing is. No blood whatsoever. This is where the body is. Something is not adding up here.
Objection!
Ponco, your little statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy!
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay?
Phoenix is about to adopt Ponco as well.
I have no objections. The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are in two different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what.
The victim moved.
Mm-hmm. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponco observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Whew. I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponco here.
Oh my gosh. I just imagine him just hugging Ponco right now.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll get through this.
The dad, oh, go ahead.
It's like,
It's okay. It's okay now.
yay, expression of human emotion.
Yes, you deserve all the human emotion.
You know that meme? It's like dad's not wanting the dog, and then dad's 2 weeks later with the dog. That's
Kinda.
That's Judge, but with the robot AI.
It's like, a robot AI, you want that to testify? Hello, I am Ponco. I want it!
I am sorry, there are no robots allowed in this courtroom. And you show a picture of it. Okay, I'll make an exception because he looks quite mature.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
Green? What are you talking about? He always wore... There we go. But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? It is a nice color.
It is. If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her.
Moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there.
I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Then who do you suggest moved the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponco.
Well, debatable.
Miss Ponco, allow me to ask you a question.
Don't look up what Lockheed Martin's making.
My name is Ponco. Say it with me, Ponco. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Athena asked you to?
And what did you move, little Ponco?
Oh my gosh, Judge is allowed to call it Little Ponco, but Miss Ponco is just out the window. She just hates Edgeworth. I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuits or uniform jacket ID tag, said.
So it would appear that Miss Ponco here can't identify what is moved. My name is Ponco! But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do?
Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Ponco, on the defendant's command. No, Miss Ponco, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table.
Ponco, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell us?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detector system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab. and only wore it on special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. Are we sure about that? The slash mark right there.
Just maybe.
From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponco is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else of that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes.
He's right.
To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved her body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood.
Oh dear.
Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason? Very well.
What? You can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right?
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me up if I ever got hurt. It looked like magic to me, what she could do.
You can't possibly be suggesting...
This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing humans from people.
But take a look at Ponco's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
No way. I refuse to believe it.
Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace,
Prosecutor Edgeworth!
let's think outside the box. What if Athena didn't think it could dismantle, but it could fix her mother?
Oh.
She found her mother dead, or at least injured, and probably was trying to was asking Ponco to put it on the machine to fix her up.
Genius.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad.
If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I could do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table.
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word! Just stop!
Edgeworth, remember the psycho locks!
The what?
Remember he called them psycho locks? Was to
Right.
dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime.
That can't be! True!
Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say!
I just realized that whole like Edgeworth's theory is basically like a more bloody version of Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh gracious, he's right. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible. Oof. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her.
I suppose that would be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way.
What do you mean?
After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. And the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged.
This just can't be true.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence. Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
I just realized something.
Yeah.
Can infer people's emotion by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Ponco just said that she can only analyze commands that are given to her.
Okay.
What if we were like given one final question? What was the tone? If that tone was sadness, that spins it on our end.
Mm-hmm.
If it was anger, it spins it on Edgeworth's. We're about to do one of those. We're about to do one of those without Athena.
Let's give it a shot. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but There's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Objection. Wait, who said that?
Oh,
Simon!
Prosecutor Blackquill.
humph. This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what if Prosecutor Blackquill is what is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here?
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I am the one that killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness, I will take to the stand, and I will not take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackquill. Please, go ahead.
This ought to be interesting.
Oh yeah, definitely. I went to the Cosmo Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was.
But little Ponco here witnessed the victim falling. In other words,
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I could guess what happened.
which would be...
She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she could have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponco described in her testimony.
Humph. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot moving something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponco move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponco moved a heavy robot for Athena.
This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackquill, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I could settle down into hell? Yeah.
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Wow. That's...
That's
quite a way to talk. That's quite a way to talk for a dead man.
right. That's a cold line, though. I might miss my ferry across the sticks. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackquill.
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackquill, you selfish.
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago?
Something's telling me this is the start of one of the bad endings.
Ooh.
I think like it probably is going to give us like object or not object, and we're probably going to get a bad ending. So let's see. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I wanted to fly out of here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwill's innocent in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me.
Dr. Awesome, without spoiling the endings, is this one of the bad ending paths?
I can't let this happen.
Just a little more time before one of the bad endings. Okay, cool.
I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwill's testimony. Another? Athena! Athena! What are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares. So scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer.
thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackquill innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that has been with me for 7 years and to face the truth.
Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackquill, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Humph. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
Widget!
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Okay,
What
anger?
is he so angry about?
I don't know. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. Why is he happy?
Because they were probably friends.
I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. I like to imagine like he was just like, you know, he's not here, so let me just mess around with the sword, so that's why he's happy here. And then I committed the act. Oh, how cathartic it was.
I want to just analyze all these emotions. Go back one more.
Okay.
What exactly is he so angry about? I wonder if we can get any more information. Did I just... No. When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we... Oh yeah, you don't really press in these.
Yeah. You gotta find the strange thing. Oop.
Oh. It doesn't matter. We already know it's just dialogue about... No, that was wrong. We could try seeing why he was so happy to see Athena.
It could be because of the fact he wasn't 100% gung-ho with killing Dr. Sykes, so he's kind of happy she wasn't there.
Oh, did we just get it?
Yeah, I think so.
This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Maybe he didn't really want to kill the doctor.
That is a likely possibility.
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So, when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead?
I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down.
Simon knows the principle of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that. I'll just have to keep chipping away at him, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss. Intention to killing. Oh my gosh.
Aww.
Oh, that's so cute.
I like how both of our hearts just start melting whenever we see a head pat.
Yes.
Hold on, can you go back to that statement? I didn't read it. I was busy being awed by the head pat. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. Okay.
I cannot be swayed from my purpose. Why is he happy about this? No anger.
Not quite.
Yeah, we made a mistake.
That's okay. We can try again.
Okay, let's pinpoint about the happiness then. Nope.
No. I wonder if any more of the testimony changed.
Oh.
Oh!
Okay then. It changed from anger to
what
sadness.
Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill. Though I admit you are good at trying.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Humph. Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances.
Can't be talking about that, can he?
I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I could usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill.
So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe.
Mr. Wright?
How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise has actually increased.
I think that's a first. It went up? I've never seen it do that before.
Prosecutor Blackwill's lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lies on top of lies in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions.
Humph. There are no flaws in my testimony. and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause, and let the law free me from these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotion. Which should I tackle first?
His emotion.
Probably. Okay. Let's look for inconsistent emotions.
Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for contradictory statements instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Oh, we're doing it at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I heard crying from next door. Of course, I was worried. It got even more precious.
Aww.
I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. He was shocked. Okay, fair enough. Before I could lead Athena out there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Anger and shock. I refused to hand Athena over. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. You could switch to testimony for the first bad ending. You want to see a bad ending?
Let's do it. Well, let's save here and then go ahead and do it.
All right, let's do that then. They're really depressing. Okay, cool. You see any unusual or out of place emotions? Just point them out.
Is there really an inconsistency in his emotions, though?
Yes, try his testimony.
Okay. Let's compare the testimony with the evidence one more time.
I heard crying from next door. Of course, I was worried. So it's basically the same basic idea. All right, how do we get the bad ending? About to kill my mentor. Oh, so you just you fail multiple times? Oh, okay.
Objection!
While you fail, I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. It's Mr. Wright himself. In that case, as always, I will give Mr. Wright a penalty. All right, let's go ahead and get this bad ending then. His testimony. Just keep this going. Curse us doing so well. Making this so hard. His testimony. But no, I want you to look at my badge. His testimony. Present the badge again.
Objection!
Really makes me think there's something, like, I think the answer is probably in the emotions, because it would have, like, given us a lifeline at this point.
Objection!
There we go, we got no life, we're just waiting for... This became a speed run. Bad ending any percent. Ace Attorney, bad run percent. All right, now we just have to wait for GCD to come back. Right path is emotions for now. I figured as much. Normally the game up to this point kind of gives you a lifeline after you get like one or two bad choices, so... Alrighty. I want to know how depressing these truly are. I mean, y'all been gassing these up of being super depressing. So I can't wait. The final case in Spirit of Justice has 4 bad endings. Oh damn. When I was putting together the thumbnail for this game, for this stream, I saw a certain someone in the title for Spirit of Justice, so I'm looking forward to that.
I'm back.
Welcome back. As you can see, we have no health.
Man, you did really bad while I was gone.
You know what? I used all my brain juice at the beginning.
Zeke, I was gone for 2 minutes and you blew the case.
You know what? I try to tell you, don't put me in charge of things, dude.
You can't handle him for like 2 minutes?
I really wanted them to see my badge.
Go for crying out loud!
That's enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court's decision of 7 years ago stands. Prosecutor Simon Blackquill remains guilty for the murder of Dr. Metis Sykes. Court is adjourned.
Prosecutor Blackquill was executed as scheduled the next day. As for Aura Blackquill, she and her robots took Trucy and the rest of the hostages and vanished without a trace. Athena left the office. Apollo stopped smiling. And I, realizing my uselessness as a lawyer, took off my badge for good.
Damn.
Dang.
Okay, so I did get confirmation that while I was draining the life, it never gave me like that little lifeline, like, hey, you should check out this area. So we should be in this screen right here with the emotions.
Okay.
I heard crying from the next door. Of course, I was worried. Wait, let's check out the shock. Why was he shocked to hear? Well, no, that is shocking. Hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. He was shocked to see Athena. Okay, this makes sense. He was shocked that Dr. Sykes came in.
Mm-hmm.
Sadness and anger, that makes sense. Maybe the shock here doesn't... This looks a little weird.
How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
All right, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponco. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
So Dr. Sykes had Ponco do it?
That's right. She ordered Ponco to forcibly remove me on sight. So I sliced Ponco up with the katana that was there in the lab. But the blood.
The blood?
The blood on the katana.
Ah.
There it is. There's the... That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright! It's happening again! There's even more noise now!
It's 100% now. What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with a lie. My gosh, like a real sword fight.
Ah.
We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate!
Pretty hard to keep telling it's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like this. He's good.
He is good.
Yep.
His mind and will are really as sharp and strong as a katana. All right, what should I tackle first this time?
His testimony.
I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
All right, let's give it a thorough check then.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. Take a look at this photo.
That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see that which damn me for my sins?
The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponco's arm, where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
Disassemble Ponco right now. We will prove it. No, not my sweet Ponco.
No. Most likely, the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had the blood on it? Then it must have been the victim's blood?
That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponco and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponco's arm in this picture.
I would need you to save and select one of the wrong choices for the funniest dialogue in the game. Well, okay then.
Give it a shot.
There we go. Save our perfect record.
What? But that couldn't be.
And Nikki, which lost media are you talking about?
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponco's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies.
Gah!
Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now!
You have no idea what you're doing. His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotion here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackquill, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
Oh, yeah, I heard about that, Nikki. It is really cool.
What's up?
Apparently, they found the origin of a song. There was a song called "Alternative Motives," and for the longest time, no one knew where it was from. They finally found the origin of the song. It was in a porno.
Okay.
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Oh, snap.
Oh my.
Following the sound of the client, I open the lab door, then... I saw it. That terrible scene! Before I could lead Athena out there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Wait a second. What did he find?
That is a question that needs answering. The robot caused all these emotions?
It doesn't look like it.
Oh, excuse me. The root that caused all of these emotions is this!
I'm actually not getting any particularly big readings here, there, Mr. Wright.
Guess that's not it then. What could have caused Blackquill to react with all these emotions all at once? Could it be Athena?
It could be Athena herself. I mean, his outfit was bloodied.
Oh, okay. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Is that right? Isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackquill?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too?
Oh, look at his eyes. They're no longer like silvery, like a bird, you know? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana laid on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes as she sweetly said,
Sweet mercy.
I'm getting some corpse party vibes from this.
Can you believe that was 4 years ago?
I can't believe that at all. Something's wrong with Mom.
I'm taking her apart to fix her. Oh, no.
That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
No. Prosecutor Blackquill finally tells us the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating.
I tried to take my mother apart. I No! So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother?
Athena!
As I said, right? The truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast suspicion on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free from your pain, so she worked tirelessly on your research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
They were to try and cut off the...
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your powers was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No! That can't be true! Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponco was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponco away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case in the Space Center grounds.
It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No! Not yet! It can't end like this!
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you?
I'm not! But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything! Even if it's a bluff! I've always managed to pull through in that way in the past. I have to make it work! The defense is... prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Athena?
It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena! What are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What says you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess?
Very well. Then, if you would please, take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackquill, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena.
Prosecutor Blackquill will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handles onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have.
I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But, before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright,
But Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed. I said that you never change, but could you have actually regressed in those 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth.
Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
The psych locks.
Oh no! Yo, Zeke, what if this is one of the bad endings? What if we break them too hard too fast?
Oh no.
I did a little research. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart.
And we don't have to deal with a bird either to stop us from doing these in the court.
Hey, that's true. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet.
Oh, according to 13 Lions, this is not a bad ending.
Aw. That would have been really cool. If you screw this up, you get a bad ending where Athena's psyche just breaks. Missed opportunity there, game. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. The memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence.
I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle into my fingers. Wait. There's no blood on the handle.
Oh, good work catching that. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell.
Is there a problem with her confession? Please provide it to this court now.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers!
That's exactly my point. if blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle.
Okay, now it's the time to save for the funny dialogue? Okay. Also, to answer your question, Drastic, I think this game is on PlayStation. I could be mistaken, though. I think it was released on all the major platforms.
I believe it was ported to them all, yes. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the fact.
You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore.
In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memory means?
Gladly. Just give me a second to think of something. Okay, I think this is where we save.
Hey, Flitch, how you doing?
I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. But she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix. Think! What could the contradiction with Athena's memories be? The blood was wiped, used a different weapon. Oh boy. Okay, yeah.
Defendant used a different weapon, or?
Or wait, actually. It might actually be the wiped off, because that would just blow our whole argument out of the water. The blood was wiped off of the handle.
Humph.
Uh-oh. I got the humph treatment.
I shouldn't have expected the implications of your own argument to you. I don't have to explain the implications of your own argument to you, right? But all your claims suggest is that Miss Sykes wiped the blood off herself after the fact. Drastic, I believe the originals were, not the remake. You can still play 4, 5, and 6 on mobile.
I knew that.
I know that bluffing your way through things is your calling card. But your credibility phone just now, and it told me to tell you to put a sock in it.
Yes. What?
I saw screenshots of this. Let's go!
Ugh.
OTP! If it fits, it ships!
I'm gonna puke.
Say it. You gotta read it.
I'm not doing this.
You're gonna do it.
You will never let me live this down. I'm not doing this.
I promise I will not let, I will forget this happened, but you gotta read it.
No.
You gotta
No,
read it.
no, you are lying.
Say it, dude.
No, you are literally playing a prosecutor. You are lying to me.
I'm not going, like, okay, chat. We will not hold this against GCD at all.
Do you think I'm gonna believe them?
I will make sure I'll make sure they follow the rules.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. They could only reply right now. They could only have like the fun now, but like after like 5 minutes is up, we're done.
Yeah, Flitchcard just said he's getting out his camcorder.
The one time you watch the Twitch chat.
Yeah, uh-huh. If Discord cuts out, I'm not doing this again.
Okay.
Yes, Dad.
Fair enough. Well, I'll accept it.
That is the most you will get from me. All right, go ahead and load so we can get our piece of health back.
Oh, let me just select this option again. Think, Phoenix, think. Defendant used a different weapon.
Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana handle is spotless. So, it doesn't follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the so doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana?
What are you up to this time?
This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show the possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent.
All right, but what is it?
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Just want to see something real quick. Could be the utility knife?
It could be, yeah. Right. Of course he would ask that.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always?
How does he do that? I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought.
What did you say?
Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other blade weapon in the robotics lab that day? I think that utility knife is the... Well, maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There is a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it.
The utility knife.
Okay. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes. This is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like it just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this, or like this one, are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now.
Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. but it didn't contain any blades. Here's the photo of its contents.
All right. I don't see any kind of blade tool.
Oh my gosh. It's like a... Wait. Galaxy, it's in the wrong order. They put the tools in the wrong way.
Oh.
Here is the A. It's supposed to go in between this guy and this guy.
Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design on these handles?
Therefore, there was no other bladed weapons in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
And what proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you. Failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my eccentric tastes. No, my
Aesthetic sense.
my aesthetic sense.
Now. Simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Notice that the handle of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
Ah, I see that they do. What significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from the kit. If we rearrange the tools in a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Humph. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helps you come up with?
Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent?
The Gaiaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaiaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center.
Look how brightly the galactic logo shines in the sunlight above the entryway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it got going.
Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Ah, I think I see it now. Oh,
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gaiaxa logo.
so it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
No!
Order! Order in the court!
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembered couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes.
Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything?
Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife?
Don't be ridiculous! Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument?
I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then conceal the knife on her personage until Blackquill carried her away.
That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there was only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands?
No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You can't escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother.
I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if...
Humph. Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix writes, "When will you open your eyes and accept the truth?"
Been a long time since we've seen that.
Right?
I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if?
Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do.
Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving up? Giving into doubt? Can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor. Not yet. It isn't over yet.
Right.
I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her to the very end. But defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink the case thoroughly.
No, I believe it takes place in the future. Like, well, I mean, when it was released, I think this takes place in like 2030s, I think. Brain blast time.
Oh boy. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponco witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackquill didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab?
Athena?
I don't think so. Could it have been...
Could have been the victim herself? Yeah, because she's still alive.
That is true. She was still alive at this time. Or was she? No. Maybe Dr. Sykes was still alive. Oh.
Oh, well.
Maybe Dr. Sykes was still alive. And she's the one who took the utility knife away? No, that's definitely not it. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? If I trust Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponco's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponco's detection? I know. Person must have fooled Ponco's facial recognition feature by...
Covering their own face.
I didn't even get to read all the options.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna look for something else. Like, something else had caught my mind. The jacket.
Oh.
You know what I was thinking was?
With Apollo?
Well, actually, I was thinking of the jacket that belonged to Athena's mother.
Right.
If some perpetrator was wearing it to get past Ponco, then it would have made sense that Athena stabbed them, like, probably in the lower half of their body, because she was a little kid at the time. True.
I was also thinking, too, didn't Ponco, or was it the male version of Ponco, misidentify Apollo because of the jacket?
That did happen, yeah.
I forgot about that.
But wait a minute. Ponco has a heartbeat detection system, too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponco would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! Culprit covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection? I think it was Sykes. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponco thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponco's basic recognition features.
Oh, so Athena just stabbed Athena stabbed the victim?
The victim?
I mean, sorry, the actual killer?
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to. I think Athena stabbed the person posing as Miss Sykes. Culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it.
There's Shadow Man again.
But that still leaves the heartbeat detection. How did the culprit get around that? It would have worked if Ponco could detect. It wouldn't have worked if Ponco could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Could it be that? So does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by this time? That has to be it.
Yeah.
You can't detect a heart that's not beating. That's it. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it!
Brain blast!
Person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her.
Oh my gosh, 13 Lions says, plot twist, the murderer was Dahlia Hawthorne once more.
Ah! Can never escape her. The real culprit!
Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so we can move on to hostage negotiation.
You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a break to digest it.
Phoenix is already just clickbaiting his thing. The real victim will shock you.
But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent.
But Ponco saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime.
Yes, Ponco did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife.
Stabby, stabby.
But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statement, there was no third person there. Did you really think I would see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
I already know that. I absolutely hate it. Ha! You make that pose all the time, regardless of the fact.
Ponco's strange malfunction.
Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to.
Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost?
That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Ponco couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there's a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because By that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What?
So does that mean...
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer.
But that's... impossible! A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes, I remember a... Ah!
Athena! What is it?
Ah! One of the locks, are they picked? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No!
Black Cyclops. They're breaking.
Oh? That's what the mask is. That's what the mask is.
Oh my.
It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day of my mother was murdered.
They're gone. The Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe. It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor, by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there!
A man!
Quiet, Your Honor! Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got as close. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. Stabbed the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago. Now I'm trying to think back. Who do we know had a hand injury?
Hand injury. Oh, we can... Let's see. Can you pull up the profiles? Like...
Nope.
No, wait. No, that doesn't work. Never mind. Who had a hand injury?
Dr. Austin, please do not spoil this, please. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponco to move her to the operating table. Didn't Fulbright have a hand in it? Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. No, I think I think that's just like a, like him angry. You know, like the kind of, anime angry, thing, you know?
Yeah, this hand injury would have occurred 7 or 8 years ago, so I don't think we're gonna find anything. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us crucial new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face. And put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall in the lab.
Oh, this mask hanging on the wall there.
Can you imagine that's the last thing you see before you die? My God. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
Huh.
You know, I just realized something. You know in Mario 2, the Phanto?
The Phantom mask, yeah.
Do you think that's I know this is off topic. Do you think the Phantom masks are based off of that right there? Based off a no mask?
I don't know. Interesting question.
But no, of course of course it turns an ordinary person into a phantom. The Phantom of 7 years ago.
A phantom?
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And this means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
You see? This is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Blackquill. It's not good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
Right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for what you've done. Ready for bad ending number 2? Sure thing.
Oh boy.
But I'm fine now, because I could say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Athena. I'm so glad for you.
More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing, if I could. Ponco came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. And after that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise,
Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
do I have anything in here? Do I have anything here in the evidence?
I take it this is the setup for the bad ending?
That can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.
Yes. Okay, cool. So let's try to find the answer here. Victim's body was found on the operating table. A katana, the victim's staff jacket, and a cart was found nearby. A moon rock was stolen. Hope capsule can be seen on the workbench. There's a rolling case for moving equipment, a robot charging station, and a toolkit on the floor. There's a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask on the wall. Is there anything that can prove, help find this
Somebody
person?
Let's keep looking.
Video showing the corridor.
Go back to that photo real fast. Yeah, no hand injuries.
Yeah, I was looking as well. I mean, there are 2 people with gloves.
Go back. No, that's just a random guy. Or could it be?
Interesting.
Okay, I can only think of that photo, that newspaper article.
Well, let's yeah, I'm trying to think. What else could it really be? Wait a second. What time did they say it was? Like, there's something important about these there's no date or time. It might be this exhibit. That's what I'm thinking. All right, let's get the bad ending. Anything that shows a timestamp will help find the right answer. I don't think I saw anything. What if we team
How
up?
about if we team up with this?
No.
How about you, Your Honor? What do you say?
Certainly, I'll help you. I'll help you to remember to think before you speak.
Ow! Tag team by lemon juice and paper cut. Could an image of the culprit possibly have been captured anywhere? I think it's that newspaper.
It could be that man. Yeah, let's just see him
Alright,
real
let's get
quick.
Let's just get this bad ending real fast.
Yeah, it could be this guy. Okay, yeah, let's get the bad ending.
Take that! Take that!
I just want everyone to see my badge.
Come on, it's shiny.
I polished it this morning.
Take that!
No one wants to take our badge.
Take that!
Here we go.
That's enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. The defense's case is insufficient to overturn the prosecution's claims. The court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, guilty.
Well, doesn't look like anything changed with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's try that newspaper.
Take that!
Huh.
I guess not. Okay, let's relook at these photos to see if there's any time frames. That's right.
Should we reload one more time, or?
Nah, it's fine.
Okay.
Possibly have been captured anywhere. Oh, wait! Would this be
7-year-old.
enough? The 7-year-old video?
Well, let's take a look at it.
Well, this is the, like, there's a video camera of this area.
Take that!
Oh. This is Prosecutor Blackquill leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then?
I don't see anything in the investigation reports. Looks like they didn't check.
Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Very well then. Let's take a look.
Come on, what are we gonna see?
There! Please stop it right there.
Oh.
Oh. He's got the gash in the suit too.
Oh.
It's just like you said. There is a man leaving the scene of the crime.
Who is that?
Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? Wait a minute. Could you pull up the photo real fast? Dude, he's got the same hat as Apollo's friend.
Oh my god, he does.
No!
What?
It couldn't be. Could Clay Terran have been a spy? Oh, Apollo's not gonna like this.
Oh, we just helped Athena with her trauma. Now we gotta do fucking trauma therapy with Apollo next.
Let's keep going. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's
Oh,
him!
wait, this would have
What's up?
been 7 years ago, so
He would have been 15?
yeah. Unless he was lying about his age, I don't know. No, that couldn't be it.
That's
Apollo
him!
grew up with him.
That's him! I'm sure of it! He's wearing my mother's jacket! I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes?
Can you see it? That's where, that's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
You mean to tell me that the cops could not review the footage?
Well, they had a pretty good idea of who they thought it was, so probably nobody thought to do so. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief.
Okay, now it's bad at any time. Okay, cool.
Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were in the lab.
The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponco charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponco to come to the lab for her regular recharge.
By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponco into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time.
I just realized there was another person that also has a hat all the time.
Oh, snap. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid it's just not possible.
What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket of the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound it up at the scene of the crime?
What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. The culprit was wearing the jacket. How did it get back to the lab? Athena's passed out, so I think we can rule out the defendant.
The defendant
Victim
brought it back. Victim brought it back, or the killer brought it back. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? The killer brought it back?
You can try it.
Yeah, because there could have been a point of time in between the murder and the first person on the scene.
The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. In order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. That
Objection!
doesn't sound as feasible.
Except that it would have been impossible. Oh, I missed the bad ending? Oh, no.
Oh. Darn.
The only people who come to the robotic lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackquill and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
Puzzling question indeed.
When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? Oh, one more chance for the bad ending, I think? Well, if that's the case, let's go ahead and save. body was found or at the time of the murder? It could be time of the murder. Because otherwise, it contradicts the video.
Okay, then let's try when the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found.
Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I just realized we just answered it correctly again.
Oh.
We missed the bad ending.
Oh well.
It sounded like it was another one of those I failed, this is what happened. Oh no.
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket.
Chat, do y'all want to see? Do you want to see what happened? Because we did save.
I can personally live without it.
We got people saying they want to see it.
All right.
Well, all right, let's do it. We are for the people. Oh.
I was about to ask, wasn't that...
I'm on autopilot. Democracy wins.
And this is why democracy is actually pure chaos. The culprit was there at the time of the crime. He could have easily put it back then.
Objection!
But the security camera captured the man leaving with the jacket after the murder. You realize you're contradicting yourself, don't you?
Of course I do. What do you think you're dealing with here?
Well, I hope you also realize that you will now have to deal with this penalty.
Why can't these hurt less?
I like to imagine they have like a little shocker on them.
Objection!
It's like, Your Honor, I want to cross-examine this parrot.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Gladly.
They just zap them.
Objection! Objection!
All right, let's see this bad ending. That's enough. I've had more than my fill of your worthless arguments.
But
This trial is over. Now, hand Athena Sykes over to me. You know what will happen if you don't.
no matter what I said, I couldn't change Aura Blackwill's mind. Athena was taken away. And I never heard from her again.
Just straight up got just snatched.
And killed.
And then Phoenix Wright called, I have a particular set of skills.
Skills that have helped me throughout my career in court. I will eventually bluff my way to you.
I will find you. If you return Athena, that will be the end of it. But I will find you. And I will prosecute you.
how do you propose you'll get me in the courtroom?
Click. I never saw Athena again.
I never saw Athena again. I couldn't bluff my way through the opening of Taken. Do you realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body.
Who was the first person to discover the body?
I would never have thought of that.
Was it the police?
I don't know.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation of the Hat 1 launch. One of the people had a special bag to transport the capsule in.
Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag?
Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the report on those 3 people.
You will?
You should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean...
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway.
Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Edgeworth's like, we gotta figure out who it truly is, though. Is it true, boss? Does this mean I'm...
Can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no need to further prolong.
Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anyone help me? How am I supposed to go on? So she's actually buying it?
Huh, Miss Blackquill.
How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her! Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted!
Then what did you want from her?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Yeah, we're not... Aura, there is something I've wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on whose Metis's murder is.
You do?
Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. Phantom. The person Blackquill has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred. and I obtained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting. What was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for a proper voice analysis.
Of course.
Yet, I had hope. Aura's coworker was a scientist who can analyze human emotions. Oh!
Oh!
That's the motive! This Phantom! So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruits, so he must have started to panic. Yeah, this music's really good.
He couldn't find them? Well, where could they have been?
Humph. Who is to say?
Wow. Bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. Yeah, don't ask. There's ways to get shit into prison. You don't want those papers back. Oh, I have my ways. What more? My partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Taka! I work to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor.
I will. I better hold on to this real tight.
The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subjects deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. That rules out Clay.
Yeah.
He's always shouting.
No emotional fluctuation, huh?
A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world.
Well then. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdict and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want. Humph. You'll hear no objection from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. Finally over.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you! Thank you for everything!
Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Huh?
You!
Apollo!
Uh-oh.
Apollo?
What is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackquill. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us?
It was too good to be true. Cross-examining Apollo.
Oh boy.
Damn, bro, who fucked up the court? There was a bomb that went off in-game about 2 days ago.
I think it was actually a couple months ago at that time.
December 20th. District Court. Courtroom number 4.
I could be wrong about that.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
It's very,
simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. Oh my. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past year. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terran.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We never got a verdict with that one.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh wait, yeah, okay, so the courtroom did blow up like 2 days ago.
But Apollo, why would you? What did the court do to poor Apollo? Apollo was also caught in the blast.
Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. Apollo's just become a twist villain. Nah.
Oh snap.
What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackquill, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all about the truth, all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
It's like, I had a 6 o'clock planned. The prosecution has no objection. let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police investigation report brought immediately.
Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish. Let's review the case for the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, the culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge number 1. The two men made their escape out the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Oh yeah, that's right, and then Athena was in the Space Museum. She was in the back portion of the Space Museum.
Oh.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Better rearrange my evidence. Oh, hello again.
Hello. Oh, that's right. There's the moon rock. Or what looks like a moon rock. The perp held a lighter with the Earth emblem on it on their left hand and a knife in their right. Okay, let's do this. 2 for 1 special.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
Can't deny I'd like that plush without the bomb. Yeah, I would say so. That's a pretty cool one.
With the bomb, like, I make fun of leftists a lot, so I was trying to think of, like, that bomb is like, Republicans when they see a country with oil. There you go, leftists. I made fun of Republicans once. There you go. I suspect Miss Sykes, the murder of... I suspect Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran.
Something tells me Capcom will sell that plushie IRL and add a bomb for it for shits and giggles.
I would buy one.
Oh my god.
My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad to switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Dang. You backstabbing little weasel.
Just because a friend died. Guess what, Apollo? Same thing happened to Phoenix. You don't see him bitching and moaning. He picked himself up and he found the real killer.
Order! Order in the court!
He did that in the second trial of his game, dude. You had to wait until the end of your game, the end of your second game, to have your moment, you little bitch boy.
Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to.
But Apollo, why? How can you suspect me too?
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this?
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran. My bracelet reacted.
Oh.
She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise.
Paulo, you
Oh.
were too late with that though, because we just proved why she was lying about that.
And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
To answer that, Tar, it was because we needed a courtroom. That's why.
All the other ones were full. Well, we were using the one that's going through a remodeling, let's say.
Forced remodeling.
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terran. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts that we don't know about yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terran.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. Case 2-2. He's got a point. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape.
Hold it!
How so?
Isn't it possible that someone else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in the boarding lounge. Recall there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2.
Oh.
It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. And then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day.
I was out till about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2.
That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why?
Order! Order in the court!
That can't be. But if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating.
Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend the same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted coworker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own. But that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. And I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have concrete proof to knock down my arguments?
Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route.
Under these circumstances, there could be no other suspects but the defendant.
Unless you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Does the place have windows?
I don't know.
Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
I more meant that to be a joke, but actually now I'm kind of curious. Is that what you think, Phoenix?
Yeah, Aura was out the window. That is true.
Was there... Wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. Aura took a ladder down. An emergency ladder.
It could be... There could be an emergency ladder in there.
Yes, of course there must have been.
Just don't ask me what.
You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. Or is that Athena? No, I guess it was Apollo. As long as you can... clear up this doubt inside me!
Is this Apollo's theme?
Maybe. Wait. So is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do.
So instead of just like going into my office in private, you're doing this in fucking court?
But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her.
So that you can really trust me? Seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about.
I believe you're right.
We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of our in pursuit of the defendant.
While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end.
Oh my gosh, we just dispelled the Dark Age of the law and now we're rebuilding it. The right way.
Oh. Is it just me or did the room get brighter? Was that background always white?
No, I think so.
Let me go back into the stream a little bit. Let me just make sure I'm not tripping out. Yeah, it was. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth.
Precisely. When the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo. Always uber earnest about that's so like Apollo. Always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good. Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the courtroom and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. Where do you think the culprit escaped to? I need to go fill up my water real fast. I can't do Apollo's voice for long without water. I'll be right back.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break as well. Everyone get some snacks, get a drink if you were saving anything. We'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back. Didn't hear GCD come back. I would get a snack, but it's 2:15 a.m. for me. Yeah, probably for the best. Probably for the best.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
Thank you.
I took the opportunity to refresh my drinks as well.
All right.
So where did the culprit escape to?
Wherever Aura was climbing downstairs.
She was climbing through the window. However, I was thinking she would have yeah, I'm thinking as well though, because she saw outside the. She was climbing down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking it might be the corridor. Because she was climbing down, she saw the person, and I feel as if she would have noticed.
Give it a shot then. They really could have only escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks Prince to get through the door.
Objection!
Appears all that you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge number 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant.
I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been in boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. The only place a culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything.
So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit.
What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if? If he had jumped out while the things were moving.
Those leaves!
Oh, snap.
You're right! They could have jumped out while it was moving.
Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for the culprit. Are you kidding me?
Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2?
The launch site? We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where the dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean... Yep. While the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door. Was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center.
You're
Freaking insane!
Everyone's just like, what the hell?
Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor.
It's 30 feet. Someone can survive.
Yeah, but not without injuring yourself, unless you had a ladder. Even if the culprit tried to leap outside of the wall of the space building, or even if the culprit tried to leap outside the wall of the Space Center building. Yeah, there we go. They would fall to their death!
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item.
And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright?
All right. This is what the culprit used to leap outside the wall of the main building.
Take that!
An emergency ladder?
There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. And it was used the day after the explosion to help evacuate people. Miss Blackquill herself used the ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered.
Oh.
The corridor would have passed by the ladder which the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined?
Only Phoenix.
Order! Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged.
Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again. Are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has...
That.
What's up?
I was gonna make the joke. Don't you give me that, Mr. Updated Autopsy Report.
There was one time.
10 years ago.
It was 8 fucking years ago, Mr. Wright. You still holding that against me?
Yeah, because in all of my 8 years, I've never seen anything else so ridiculously unconstitutional.
Your theory has so many holes. It puts Swiss cheese to shame.
All right, then. Name one.
I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is... A full 20 feet.
Would have been a hell of a jump.
That would be.
20 feet! You're pulling my leg, right?
So we know the killer could be Super Mario from Mario 64 with a long jump.
It's me, Mario, committing terrorism for you in the name of Italia.
Woohoo! In addition,
And don't forget his accomplice, Mr. Luigi. Your name's supposed to be Mr. L.
Mr. L time. Up top, the autopsy report was 10 years ago. Oh, okay. My bad. In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situation. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping.
Because it was the spy.
Oh my gosh, you're right. The spy would not care. I forgot about that. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew it would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened.
That's a good point.
But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other?
That's also a good point.
They would need a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off or they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that?
A spy who doesn't feel fear. Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth!
This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination.
Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route.
Oh, can you now? You better not say Mario like last time.
What about Luigi? Sykes don't know. My blade is ready for your finger. This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear?
Well, right! You can't be serious!
Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a board jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
But was there such a person there at the scene?
Yes, the Phantom. That mysterious, shadowy figure who keeps popping up.
Oh dear.
The Phantom? Again?
I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing.
Hey, Nemu, how you doing?
But I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Tarrant as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Tarrant.
What?
What?
Order in the court! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue.
There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be?
Right. This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did.
Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they use the ladder in the other rooms? Oh.
The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder.
Oh.
But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain.
Oh.
Oh, snap!
Oh no!
But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew the particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? wait a minute.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
It couldn't be. Miss Blackquill lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You've got to be kidding me!
Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I do.
For 7
can't be.
years. For 7 years. He was tormenting Simon for 7 fucking years!
Keep going, keep going!
Move the fuck over, Dahlia! We have a new number 1!
Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... Bobby Fulbright!
Holy crap!
What the hell?
After the explosion, a member of staff crossed paths with a certain detective.
Is this Phoenix, or...
Oh, it could be. Oh, this is, I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you.
As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind.
So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
His objective was to secure his own escape route.
We lowered an emergency ladder from a... Oh, we lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter.
This is a detective you all know well. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile would say he is without emotion.
Take that!
Wow! What are you saying?
You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, how could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Fulbright didn't know about the voice analysis, did he? Simon must have hid it from him.
Yes, the entire time.
Snap!
Yeah, he made sure no one knew he snuck it into prison with him.
Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement via the second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder.
Verily?
Verily.
Verily. It was all part of his plan to create an escape route.
After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, He went to the lounge where he killed Clay Tarrant and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it.
I don't believe it. That addle-prodded detective did all that?
Was it really him? I mean, all this time, I've thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name.
My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's "In justice we trust." Then, his concern for Simon was also all just one big act? I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackquill and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit back and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart.
That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled!
That's how emotionless he is. It didn't even trick, it tricked Apollo's bracelet. Remember, Athena is trained in psychology, analytical psychology, and she couldn't fake it out.
That's true.
Damn!
Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to the court. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena! Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that?
For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well.
Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright.
Yes, I agree we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand.
This would have never happened if they let Gumshoe have his job back.
Who?
Gumshoe.
Who's that?
Give us Gumshoe or give us death. That's what I say. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I...
Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight.
You got it, boss. Apollo looks like a wet dog. Apollo!
Well, this is awkward.
All right, boss. Go ahead and smooth things out in the workplace. He just puts on he's just like reading like a Boss for Dummies or like HR for Dummies, like what to do about like a coworker accusing another coworker of murder. What do I do here?
Athena, can you do me a favor?
Huh? What is it?
Could you punch me, please?
What? Why should I do that?
Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't try. Ow!
Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did!
Huh? Now what are you talking about? I don't want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her.
You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how can I punch a true friend like you, Apollo?
You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know who to call if I ever get Guess I know who to call if I ever get sleepy in court.
It looks like you have some promising young people working under you.
Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line.
Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackquill has surrendered and the hostages have been set free.
Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness.
Miss Blackquill said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must.
I wonder what it is. Miss Blackquill.
I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura.
She better not be here to complain about something.
Miss Blackquill, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it is true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? Of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Meta's killer down.
Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least.
Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. It's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far, though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not my prosecutor for you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'll probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well.
You guys have a very weird family dynamic. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case.
But I truly was about to get executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon? I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. All right. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center.
What Miss Blackquill did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I can imagine she'll avoid the death penalty.
Right.
Especially considering I don't think she killed any of the hostages, so...
Right?
She's probably gonna get like 10, 20 years.
I think probably on the lighter, like the lower end, given the circumstances of what, like, she kind of brought the Phantom thing, you know? Also, hey, Funky, we are on the last portion right here. It's getting good.
If Edgeworth is the chief prosecutor, I imagine he's probably going to try and get her a bit more of a lenient sentence.
He's done that in the past.
Did you read that Athena line?
Oh, I have no clue. I still can't wrap my head around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom.
I can't believe he killed Clay.
Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes.
Ooh, Simon wants to take him down. Yes!
I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hands. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my power, of my position, to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I've relished slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy.
I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is.
I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish.
It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise. Prosecutor Blackquill, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense bench with me. I am? Hey, yeah, I don't think, we have not had a Phoenix and Apollo team up in this game yet, I don't think.
Yeah, we have it.
Here we go, it had to happen here. Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Apollo!
Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence, and we're going to prove it to the world.
Thank you, Apollo! I know you could do it!
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Bailiff
He's-
says, hey, do you think I'm a janitor?
He's fine now!
The boy's back! Now this is the Apollo I know.
Welcome back, Apollo! It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand.
Yep.
I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background.
Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks.
I expect to be repaid with a victory rights. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Okay. You two all set to go? You bet I am!
Let's do this!
This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the
Hey!
case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago.
Thank you so much, Link, for the sub for 53 months. Thank you so much. Soup indeed to you too.
Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for all of it to justice today.
That kind of jump scare. It was pretty loud.
What was?
The anime wow. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some pain pills.
Okay. Okay, chat, it's just you and me again. And I can't think of anything. Oh well. So, has anyone here played Pal World yet? I've seen it and I really want to try it. Does anyone know when the Steam summer sales normally occur? You guys will need honey for this. I have honey. Zeke, I don't know. Zeke, if you can hear us, you might want to grab some honey if you have it. Preferably organic honey. Haven't, but partly want to. Pokemon has been failing me for a while. I get what you mean, Jordan. I was not all that impressed with the Sword and Shield.
All right, I am back.
Welcome back.
And I believe you asked about the Pokemon, right? Or summer sale?
Yeah, I was wondering if anybody knows when it typically occurs.
It's typically about like first week of July.
Ah, that's a long time away.
Yeah, it should be here soon. And to answer your question, Superstar, yeah, I'm fine. Just my sinuses have been just killing me the past 30 minutes or so.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it's definitely fun.
Let us now reconvene.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready.
You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense. This is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it, although back then I thought you were more loud, than you were reliable. Technically, you guys took the bench together in the 4th game, even though that wasn't really as a defense lawyer.
True.
You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though.
Prosecutor Blackquill. With the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes. I guess we can keep the chit-chat up for later. Bailiff, please bring the witness immediately.
This is gonna be fun. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackquill seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. You.
Ha 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 ha! Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed needed on the stand, so here I am.
Detective Fulbright. Do you know why you have been called to give testimony?
Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice! In justice we trust!
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lie.
What? You're questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I can make mistakes, but hey.
He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident.
Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicion, then let's get to your testimony. All right, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. The embodiment of justice. Ha 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 ha! I'm the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it.
I'm gonna miss Fulbright. I liked the way you did his laugh.
Oh, thank you.
So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit?
That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. Nah! I guess you're right! But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can you defy it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you!
Nah! Please, don't throw the book at me!
Ugh. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make... Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up for a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, all right?
But my justice is crystal clear! What's not clear are your eyes! Wake up and smell the justice!
Silence.
Oh. Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's question and prove it. Prosecutor Blackquill!
Prosecutor Blackquill looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Oh yeah, he must be feeling like mega betrayed right now. Well, maybe not. I guess he never really cared about Fulbright.
Prosecutor Blackquill. Prosecutor Blackquill is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicion against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As it is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objection?
That's fine, Your Honor.
We got a final bad ending, according to 13 Lion.
Okay.
Ha 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 ha! Now, ask away and don't hold back!
Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Does this mean on the sixth game I'll have a new detective to voice?
Maybe. It might go back to Emma.
Oh, maybe.
All right, let's save right here. All right, now let's get this bad ending.
Objection!
This is real justice, you fool! Don't you find this statement a bit odd?
You have the question wrong.
Huh?
I believe you meant to say, don't you find my head to be a bit odd?
Huh? Better not be talking about my hair.
If you choose to wave your sword at contradictions that don't exist, prepare to have soundness of your mind brought into question, right, Dono?
Subtle, aren't you?
I have no wild sword waving in my... I'll have no wild sword waving in my courtroom, Mr. Wright.
Maybe I'd better listen to the testimony again.
Objection! Objection!
Someone brought up, this is just us making up for the fact that we didn't present the badge to everyone.
Objection!
Apollo's like, Phoenix, please, let me help you. He's like, boss, please. You see the console just flashing.
Oh, this is new.
Oh, this
I'm
is.
afraid I don't see anything here.
The witness's statement is contradictory to this piece of evidence.
I'm afraid I don't see anything here.
My apologies, Your Honor. It looks like I was wrong.
In that case, my apologies, Mr. Wright, for this penalty. That's enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. The defense's case is insufficient to overturn the prosecution's claim. This court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, guilty.
That's it?
Looks like there was no bad ending. Just go ahead and restart so we get a full meter.
Hold it!
The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words.
But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over?
All right. Let's just move on.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theories.
Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. It is called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood.
Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to trial.
If you harbor any suspicion, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter.
He's right, but what exactly should I ask about?
The position of the prints. Or the number of prints. Go with positioning.
Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter.
They're around the same spot on either side, as they would be if she was holding it up.
I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony?
Let's press this again and get the other question asked.
Okay.
The number of prints.
So, how many prints were found exactly?
3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand.
Your Honor, that is an important statement.
Haha, we got you.
Oh my.
Held the lighter with the Earth emblem in their left hand.
Could we please have it?
Swapped into my testimony? You got it.
He beat me to it.
Ha ha ha! Be it investigating or testifying. Speed is the key.
Objection!
You say the prints were from the right hand. Is that correct?
That's right. Very clear prints.
But that just doesn't add up.
Huh? What doesn't add up?
According to Miss Blackquill, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand.
Oh?
So here's the dilemma for us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left?
Ah!
All right. It doesn't make any sense, does it?
Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness claims don't even hold water.
Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this.
I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-handed prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statements? I got it!
What have you got, Detective?
The mirror! The witness must have seen the reflection of the culprit in the mirror.
Go on.
Miss Blackquill was looking in through the window of the boarding lounge 1, wasn't she?
I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room.
That's right, and across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror.
I do remember seeing it. So you're saying...
Yes, the culprit Miss Blackquill saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror.
Ah, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they?
Ha 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 ha! Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice!
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackquill saw was a reflection.
Silence.
Right, Dono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Huh?
Ha 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 ha! That's right! Besides, the lighter could have been in the left hand. Or couldn't have been in the left hand.
And why not?
Miss Blackquill said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter.
You're right. There's no emblem on the other side.
Exactly! As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprits had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem.
Uh-oh.
What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could have easily opened it and lit it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter with their right hand.
No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction!
It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. Ha 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 ha! See how it withers before my flowers of justice!
He's tough. He managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point.
In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an emblem, Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? Oh.
Oh my. I knew it. You're lying, detective.
Pardon me?
You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out.
Justice Dono. Are you to use that cheat of yours again?
It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackquill.
Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then.
We have Prosecutor Blackquill's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time?
What in the world are you up to? All right, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you could see when held in the right hand. We were talking about his hands before.
Let's take a good look.
Gotcha!
There it is.
Nice. Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster.
Oh, that's scary. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with that lighter. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do what you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackquill!
I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackquill insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. What? Oh.
And let me guess, it's a 10 millimeter.
Oh.
A 10 gauge.
Yo, where can I buy one of these?
It's actually pretty cool.
I would so buy this gun. Wow, it transformed into something. A handle? A trigger? Is this what I think it is?
There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun.
Oh, what? A gun? So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial, when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene.
I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun?
For Bobby Fulbright's neutral special, he wields a gun. Love it, Roderick.
So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster... That's right. Whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem. He must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the dominion of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself.
Ha 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 ha! There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mention the Earth emblem, you touch your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she was the culprit who fired the gun at the scene.
It would appear that the detective is right.
Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertion, coming from the prosecution side. That the person who fired the gun at Director Cosmo at the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackquill saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendants, Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof.
No!
Ha ha ha! Now can you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Mrs. Sykes' part of the whole affair.
The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackquill?
Evidence is everything in courts. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm.
But calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor.
Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just the prints on the lighter are a basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean you think the lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things.
It is indeed. Have a look at this.
What's this? A lighter?
Detective, we would like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift.
If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence?
The owner of the prints?
Are they really Athena's fingerprints?
He is the lead detective, so he could basically tell, he could tell everyone, I did the prints. I ran the prints. It's Athena's.
Ooh, good point. They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, what about it?
You say Miss Sykes prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official?
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the print. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case.
What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense request. You must allow the test to be rerun.
Very well then. Bailiff. Ah, it appears the official data is here.
Taka being a good bird.
And the results?
It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant.
Yeah!
Yes!
The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran.
Oh?
Interesting. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter?
Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his gloves during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which, you wiped the blood off of his hand. Oh, yeah.
By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sight.
No!
This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit.
So does that mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom?
Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route.
Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. All right, I'll talk. I confess. I am not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself.
An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me.
An under the cover investigator. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right! I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him.
What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But what if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackquill and Mr. Starbucks saw?
It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that marching ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders.
And you expect me to buy that?
Fulbright. What was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen might have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. So, he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Psyche 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believe I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you're vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom.
Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to be able to lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wiggle free now.
Oh yeah, truly, Shelley the Killer is one of those assassins. There! I finally told the truth! Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom!
Oh.
You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackquill. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackquill? It's obvious he's the Phantom!
Silence.
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom.
Ah!
Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence.
But...
I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackquill! This fool truly thought he can reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackquill, you believe me!
Please tell me Prosecutor Blackquill hasn't really been taken in by this big phony.
However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence.
Ha 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 ha! Very good! I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well.
Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going away? Is he going to get away just like that?
Now, if you excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off.
Hold it.
Edgeworth.
Could it be?
Oh, no.
Nope.
The defense. No, wait, not the defense. The defendant feels like it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue.
What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges.
It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over?
Huh? Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court.
That's the new single of my new duo album with Apollo here, Contempt of Court.
Someone please help me.
I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright.
She's wearing my cords of steel down.
That's another good track right there, Apollo. We'll record tomorrow, 5 a.m. sharp.
Help.
You got a lot to pay for accusing me of being a murderer. I own you, bitch.
Oh no.
Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackquill for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart.
Athena, where are you going with these questions?
I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all.
What? Does that mean...
We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie.
That's it! With your special ability, we might just be able to stop him!
Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations.
Yes, well... Even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? Prosecutor Blackquill! Can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Humph. Fulbright, I think you better have that counseling. Not you too! You've been making bad remarks ever since you've been accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator, and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me!
Silence.
Oh, how you amuse me so.
What's going on here?
That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you were catch on, Athena.
Huh? Mind filling me in here?
Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotion, like joy or relief in his response. Oh, that's hilarious.
Brilliant.
So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two are working together just now?
Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart. You got it! Time to check the instant replay! Widget, money me! Let's do this! Oh my gosh, this is funny.
Even with all those over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all?
It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom's psych profile. That stare. 15 minutes into a Netflix and chill, and he gives you that stare. Oh. Detective Fulbright! This lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom! Oh.
Oh?
Hey! What's going on?
Wait! Hold it! What do you think you're doing, Detective?
Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into my Moon Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Gah! Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Ha ha ha! Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking.
More like as a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackquill. There. Now you can't hack me anymore. I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotion from us. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden, he's getting overwhelmingly happy readings.
Huh? But he's literally crying a river over there.
Oops, my mistake. How about this? Grr! Yikes! Now he's angry all of a sudden.
What's he trying to pull?
Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as they says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotion, right? Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotion from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he's controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackquill. You're correct. It's a result of my daily training. It's a very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know.
More like for us spies, or more like for us spies? Seriously! I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective.
Ha ha ha! A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the one who's been who's been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. Then you have no objection to me analyzing you, right? No, analyze away. But I will state it again, I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Oh my gosh.
Well, this is a problem.
Yeah, it is a problem. I've noticed something about the shock response.
Uh-huh.
The shock is almost always like full blast. Everything else, like shock and happy sometimes, but...
Maybe this?
I don't think so. I've never seen a person in such a chaotic emotional state.
There has to be something here. I just know it.
This might be a long shot, but if there's really is a real emotion mixed in there somewhere, then it's possible that it would be the one emotion that doesn't disappear.
The one that doesn't disappear, huh? I'll give it another look then.
One that doesn't disappear.
Okay, one that doesn't disappear. Oh, it's gonna be on an individual one. Okay, here, go back to the first one real fast.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you keep an eye on the two on the left. I'll keep an eye on the two on the right.
Okay. I just saw green and
so-
blue disappear.
Yeah, I see both. Yeah. All right, this one's no good. Next one.
Both left and right. No, both left.
Same.
Same. Okay, let's go over to the next one then. Crying here. Crying here has not changed.
Ah, okay. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling.
What? What?
Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock.
going to the moon. Moon rock, moon rock.
You felt a fear that wouldn't fade.
Fear? Huh? Humph. A fear that a man with hardly any emotion feels. Huh. And it was a response to that moon rock.
Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because
You lost it.
you lost the precious moon rock you went to so much trouble to get, didn't you? And that frustration has turned into fear in your heart.
Oh, it's so frustrating. I can't stand it. Ha 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 ha.
I'm not so sure a man who could make that 20-foot leap would feel fear about that. Yeah, I guess you're right. Could it be that he lost it, or well, no, couldn't find it?
I mean, maybe.
Didn't the topic of what a spy might fear the most come up in our discussion earlier? You failed to steal it because Athena's earring is made a part of that moon rock.
Plus, I think, like, the bomb was also kind of made of it.
You tried but failed to steal the moon rock. That stain on your career as a spy left you feeling afraid.
But the moon rock did indeed disappear from the laboratory.
And I hardly think a person who feels so little fear over a little thing like that. Don't everyone jump on the Phoenix hype train all at once now? Of course. That's it.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He was top secret. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believe I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins looking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You are afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity.
If his identity was revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So, there's really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity?
Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Fingerprints?
Hold it!
Where do you think you're going?
Me? I'm not going anywhere.
Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? And where can I get some myself? Detective Fulbright, you will answer to this court right now.
Fulbright was like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock?
In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh.
Ah! What was that just now?
But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Eek! It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analyzing serves no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claims that's effective. In an era when evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Ugh. Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people.
Uh-oh. He's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key in getting to the truth.
Ha 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 ha! What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claims is a false one. I don't feel any fear when it comes to the moon rock.
I see. Very well. I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
But Your Honor... There, you see. Nobody believes you or your trumped up charges.
However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already.
Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claims, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. The court's opinion on this that is the court's opinion on this matter.
Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why these abstract things cannot be considered evidence. Hee 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 hee. Hoo 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 hoo. Ha 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 ha. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of a moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid? Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. Humph. The phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable phantom fellow to the other world together.
You and I, Prosecutor Blackquill. We have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts.
Indeed. By covering for Athena, I allow the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction.
I bear part of the responsibility as well. For being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were at the beginning of the dark age of the law.
And time to clear it up. Then it's also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Hee hee hee, hoo hoo hoo, ha 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 ha. Trust, understanding, ha, fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies always.
Cross-examination. Also, according to 13 Lions, this is the very last bad ending.
Oh, okay. Let's save it.
All right, let's get to it.
Objection!
Don't you find this statement a bit odd?
You have the question wrong. Oh, it's about his head. I believe you meant to say, don't you find my head to be a bit odd? We just hit the 6-hour mark, that is true.
Objection!
Apollo's back at it again like... Oh, here we go. Something new.
Oh,
I'm afraid I don't see anything here.
yeah, okay, this is the same.
Oh, it's the same one. There's multiple, I guess. Apollo's back at it again, just like, Phoenix, let me help you.
Objection!
Stop showing the badge, boss.
That statement is clearly inconsistent with the... Ah!
Don't be absurd.
I must have gotten it wrong. Could you at least tell me why you think so?
In the art of the sword, you must slash your opponent before he draws his weapon. But in your case, you'd be struck down before you even touch your blade.
I'll try to draw faster next time.
That I'd like to see. But in the meantime...
Yes, in the meantime, here is a strike against you.
Gee, how well they work together.
Objection!
I had no clue there was multiple different,
Objection!
like, fail, lines. There we go.
I'm afraid that's as far as we can go. At this time, it appears you can't prove that the witness is the Phantom. All we can do is look forward to seeing what the prosecution can dig up in the future.
After that, the Phantom vanished completely. The case remained unsolved, and we were never able to uncover the truth. As the days passed, the dark age of the law only grew darker and darker.
Dang.
They do not, like, they don't care about these bad endings. They just like, yeah, you messed up.
Hold it!
It only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom!
Evidence is everything in the court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over silly things like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence.
Ugh. I hate to admit it, but he's right.
Hold it!
Your family? Like who in your family specifically? Or your family? Like who in your family specifically?
Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example? For example? Maybe? We need more concrete answers than that. Ha ha ha! Maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter? Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. Ha ha ha!
Ugh, he's obviously lying.
Look how upset I am. Is it any wonder I'm following the Phantom's orders?
Hold it!
You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the Rock?
I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have feelings. How could someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy?
The Phantom. A person with very few emotions. Would only be afraid of something really big. Like his cover getting blown. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity. But what?
Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock?
But fingerprints can be wiped off.
Then maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA?
We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob.
True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom isn't afraid of is afraid of the moon rock.
I'll just continue with my testimony while you ponder then, if you don't mind. Oh, whoop. I thought we were already all the way done. Detective Fulbright, or rather, the Phantom, feels fear in regards to the moon rock. Probably has something to do with being afraid of his true identity being revealed.
Right. So that's why the Phantom had to take the moon rock with him several years ago. Or 7 years ago.
Do you think when Athena stabbed him, do you think his blood got on the rock?
There's a possibility. Oh, that could be it. In that case, we better had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear. We just might be able to expose his true identity.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is?
Of course. That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran.
That's right. And the exact type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand.
Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time, you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand.
Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got onto the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the scene of the crime.
You mean if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is?
Ha 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 ha! Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing.
That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail.
You can?
It got exploded.
What?
It got exploded, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And then I still think that's a part of the rock. They just thought it was. They thought it was a part of the bomb, but it was just a part of the rock itself. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me.
Ah! What is this? What this court needs is a bully-free zone!
Ah, the infamous sword of the sword of begilding bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is a outrage! Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Yeah! Go on, right, Dono.
Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen.
Oh, you're right.
But there's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime?
Oh my gosh, what if he hid the moon rock in that satellite?
Satellite?
Not the satellite, but this thing. The capsule.
Oh,
And that's why he knew to come back 7 years later.
that could be it.
Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then.
Oh, right, that's me.
All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center?
In the full name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible.
And why's that?
The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found.
How can I forget about that?
A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanished into the ether.
There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. How? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix. Think! How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab?
So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
What? Oops, sorry. I mean, what?
In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene?
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up in the Hat 1 rocket?
He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day.
Yes. And the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened,
And then he created the Hat 1 miracle because he wanted it to blow up. He could care less about what happened with what they found or anything like that. He just wanted all traces of that rock destroyed.
Fair enough.
Then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket.
Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was...
Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how.
All right, see you later, Lion. You have a good one, dude.
It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope Space probe.
What?
Order! Order in the court!
I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat One anyway. The villain, he used the primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic space dust in outer space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot.
Yeah.
The Hope Space Probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow.
Gah!
If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crimes 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay and made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. Probably hung on to that capsule for all he was worth until the very last breath.
Yeah. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do. Boy, he's really out of whack now.
It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now?
There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator. I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of the schemes. A trap.
Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap.
That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into making the blame for taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order. Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, summon Blackquill!
Hey! You guys aren't really...
It's like, I apologize for breaking up the sword fights. It looks like I made it back. I made it just in time.
Edgeworth.
I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts.
Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity?
You might say that. I started by looking into the first person on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition system. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright.
That's not good.
But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackquill, you'd best brace yourself.
Uh-oh.
The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead.
Huh? Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
An unidentified body was found a year ago. Has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints.
Whoa.
Then does this mean... Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright.
An imposter?
Then this man... Who in the world is he?
Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you.
Oh, snap! What the?
No!
His face!
Oh, look what you did to my mask.
Mask? What is the meaning of this witness?
Okay, you got me. I guess I could show you who I really am now. What?
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 Wait. But that's...
I'm sorry, what? Hey, Paulo. Yeah, it's me, Solomon Starbuck.
Mr. Starbuck? But that can't be right! You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. If we compile a psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you are the Phantom. It's time for me to show the real meaning of the phase. The ends justify the means.
What?
That voice. Those words. It's shitting time! I can't accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means? Mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Huh? Humph. Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you? Now you can see how powerful the ends justify the means can be.
Silence.
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackquill? That's right. I don't know who I am. I'm always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotion, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss.
What's with this guy? Is he even still human?
And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright.
Oh, huh?
I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom.
I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore.
Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule.
I think I'll do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your...
Drake, where's the Hope capsule?
Fudge!
Drake,
It was.
where's the Hope capsule? Oh, I got a picture of it right here. Well, go get it. Okay, fine. Oh, I see the issue. Oh, do you?
Do ya?
It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. A capsule was there in the courtroom. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens.
It looks like you finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion.
So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up? It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence? I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed?
How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I am just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
As the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer.
I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright.
At least put some weight behind your swing, White Dono.
I know, I'm trying! There's only one thing that can unmask his menace. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace. The moon rock. That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. A piece of it did survive, though.
Yep.
And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Phony fancy.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there, too.
A strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity?
Phony fancy. It all comes back to the plushie.
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity?
Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing. Specifically right here, that little fragment of the moon rock.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article.
The article is about the Hat 1?
Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration?
Oh my! Yes, I see it!
It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. We take a look at all the fragments that the police found. We'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on the blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom.
Unbelievable!
But that's impossible. Huh. A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragment tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright.
Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackquill, what do the test results show?
There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed.
They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they?
There's no use trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it! You are the Phantom!
Objection!
Oh, for crying out loud.
Oh no.
Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word.
That was my.
My...
Oh, go. You want to take it?
Because I think this is actually Phoenix. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? Why? It was a pretty good objection, too. You think? Now he's me?
Here's a fun fact. Scientists believe that if you were to clone yourself and see yourself like in like a full body and stuff like that, most likely than not, you will not recognize it immediately as yourself.
Makes sense. It's an FO.
So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright?
Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor.
No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright.
Did the trial get any more insane?
Nope, no cannot.
Mr. Wright, this fragment of the rock in the photograph, and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it.
My gosh, seeing Phoenix in anything other than blue is just so weird.
But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right? My gosh, can this trial just end? Don't be absurd! Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same color happened to be in the courtroom? It's highly unlikely a rock It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood was found. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto the piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when the lawyers have to force the biggest of smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from.
Well, why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were the moon rocks from in the robotic lab or not.
I'm okay, Dexter. I just want this guy to shut up already and just accept his guilty verdict. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible.
And why not?
In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove any of the fragments are from the moon rock.
Oh!
No!
There's really no way to prove it?
Are you all ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost.
Oh my gosh. The earring.
Oh! There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good.
The doctor actually did put him away. Just 7 years too late.
Dang! The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care.
We do?
We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. Piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost.
But just about the only thing my mother left me with our widget and this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way.
Oh, Max, you missed a hell of a stream.
there was a lot going on here.
Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence.
She did?
You're bluffing. You don't have anything of that kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own.
Yeah. Oh! You mean?
Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her, as distant as this is a tongue twister. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's your sample?
This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock.
Talk about an out-of-this-world accessory.
What?
All this time.
It was right here all along?
No. It can't be! If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the original fragment then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of this fragment in this photo. And since the test results showed the blood on the fragment was yours, this means the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now, even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Nuh-uh. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face your emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust, and no bitches.
And I suppose you do?
I didn't have anyone to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past.
Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself! When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight.
But I wanted... Oh,
But I wanted to trust her.
how can you not trust that smile?
And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain strength to face themselves when things are... so they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me? Is this... No. Ah! Ah!
Oh my gosh.
I'm afraid! I'm scared! Ah! I feel fear!
He's tweaking, dude. Oh my gosh, he looks like that boss from Pizza Tower. You can't outrun yourself.
Remove that mask and unleash your emotions! Confront your guilt head on! With your
own true face.
My own true face! No, please, don't! I know you're here! Where are you? See, I haven't revealed anything yet! Honest!
The triple points.
My own true face! I don't have one! My face! My face! My face! You?
No, he's changing it to everyone. Is this my face? Is it? Is it? No, that's not it. No! Oh! No! This isn't me either. Ah! Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Ah! 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 Ah!
Huh?
Did he actually get killed?
I think he just got shot.
A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones.
I love how the judge just does not give a fuck that a sniper just took him out. The judge was running in fear from the several bombs, and he's just like, whatever. The sniper's just, whatever.
But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackquill, how is Detective his imposter, doing?
He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us.
The analysis of the final piece of evidence Wright Dono submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earrings and the fragment of the blood on it matches. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murderers and the bombers at the Space Center, both past and present. And the bombing of courtroom number 4 and all of his other crimes as numerous as the stars. Under the suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecution's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to a proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty.
Let's go!
Yay!
Court is adjourned.
"5 days until Christmas."
Hooray!
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Thank you, Pearls. And thank you for being there for me, for Athena.
It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy! I'm so glad to see you!
Trucy! Are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up.
That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe.
Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude.
Edgeworth.
We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you.
Aw, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the one who's been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackquill permission to serve as prosecutor, right?
Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial.
Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it?
Yes, and the first thing you did was defend a whale.
come on, I gotta make the headlines somehow.
Always searching for those headlines. You know, most lawyers in your position chase after ambulances. You go after a whale. So you figured it out, did you?
Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? Should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal.
Well, I owed you a few favors.
Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end?
Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackquill has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away.
You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper.
So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Athena.
This is either Blackquill or
Oh,
it's Blackquill.
Athena. I am forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam when you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Oh, just barely, but I still made it.
That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out.
The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. What's with the prosecutors just dropping out these, like, wisdom, like, truth bombs, you know? Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh?
That's some loyalty. This guy is a real samurai through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off.
You bet, boss! What a team we are, huh?
It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I'd ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has been the most my office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Right Anything Agency!
Well, no one's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo! Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there that need our help.
You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them.
I've said this before, but this trio is almost like unstoppable.
Yeah. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There's still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close...
Hey, I know a thing we could do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of poppin' hot noodles.
Huh? Please, not Eldoon's noodles. Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial. All on Mr. Wright's tab.
What money?
That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency. Right, Mr. Wright?
What money?
Huh? Huh?
As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
It's more like a bowl of salt. Huh? Huh? Huh?
I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right?
It's coming out of your allowance.
Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come.
You have money to feed all these people. I don't.
Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
The judge is like, did I hear about noodles?
Noodles?
Damn it!
Guys. Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in too!
Hey, no fair! I want to say it! I want to say it too!
Okay, here we go.
Objection!
Objection!
Objection.
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should have found a few legal cases? No, that's okay. This is the Right Anything Agency after all.
You need to be certified in HVAC to install an air conditioner.
I mean, if it's a window unit, it's a little different.
Oh, fair. Juniper!
Athena and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says, eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with the hottest sun red pepper instead.
Apollo, I better see a ring on that finger next game.
Right? The end of the dark age of the law, you say? Tisk, tisk, how naive. Don't you know it's something... What? They're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me? Eek!
Oh, he said, don't you know it's necessary to get it guilty by any means necessary?
Oh. I've been asked to debut the Great Mass Wrestler.
Emergency.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I've got both of these. Why don't you ask me, Mr. Demon Lawyer, to be the amazing Nine-Tailed Fox? Not a bad idea. I bet he's all for it. So we meet again, our foes, little friend.
I couldn't really tell what they were talking about. Something about like a wrestling match, I guess. Oh, would you believe it? I am the alderman of Nine-Tails Vale now. Pretty impressive, eh? I took over after Rex Cupid for the good of my... what do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey, what do you think I'm doing sticking into the banner? Or, the thing's up, better run for it. Oh, he's stuck in.
He stuck in. The police were after him. He was never seen again. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after an amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law. So I want to study for the bar exam. I'm gonna prosecute Athena someday. You'll see.
I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merits this time. With a score of 100 points, of course.
Juniper, our dream will live on forever!
I found a really sweet box for all three of them, but they won't wear them! Is it because I wanted to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? Anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper is bright. Now let's see what a fresh blood... I can't keep up.
Yeah, I can't either.
Water graduation or cardboard box is soggy.
I love the box that says danger toxic. The one night only reunion concert. I still remember the evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in a home court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. Be the coolest trial ever, y'all. I can already hear it now. Just have to be fast with reading these. It goes so quick.
I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once her training's over, it simply must be done.
Yes, Travis, his name is O'Connor.
Ha ha ha! Humanity's dreams for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the Hat 3 rocket has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos! What are you... Oh, director. Yes, rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos!
He got oh my gosh, he got demoted. I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mama Metis come to the room, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting? Mortis or Mare? I have no clue what they're either of those. You think they would like either of them? Yay! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I want you to use me again just like you used to. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon real this time. Thanks to the lawyers, I know how I should never give up. But I'm worried. What if I can't breathe in space? In fact, it's cool as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request the service defense of my sister. No one is around, so I kept waiting a long time. What sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish Athena to defend him? Then perhaps he and I shall meet in the courtroom in the near future.
Huh.
What about the pirate girl? She probably won't be in here because she was DLC after the facts. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. Eek! Please forgive me! Blackwill's acquittal has brought all matter of ill in the prosecutor's office to light. But it seems solving them has thawed the chill of winter and warmth of spring. Now I owe right yet another debt of gratitude.
Said I'll repay one day.
Wow, dude. This was really cool.
It was something.
What'd you think of this? What's your thoughts?
0 out of 10, Apollo and Juniper don't get together.
That's up for you to like kind of create. You can create a fan fiction about that.
Let me pull up a text document now.
There you go. Send it to me, dude. I would definitely read it.
I might. I've already gotten to like 3 gigs.
Okay. You trying to give that that Smash Brothers fan fiction a run for its money?
I've not heard about this actually.
You haven't heard about it?
A Smash Brothers fan? Was it like a Subspace Emissary fan fiction?
Yes. The longest piece of media ever created.
Was a fan fiction of the Subspace Emissary?
Of the Subspace Emissary and Super Smash Brothers.
I kind of want to see it.
The longest piece, like I think it was something like the longest piece of like of any type of literature. It's longer than the Bible, says Superstar. It's so huge.
Holy smokes. That's kind of impressive.
Yes.
So in actuality, this is definitely better than the 4th game.
Oh yeah, definitely. I will probably say, just based on, I mean, recency bias and stuff like that, fair enough. I kind of think this is better than the 2nd game even.
I honestly, I think that might hold water.
I mean, I still think the 3rd game is the
original,
best.
Of the original trilogy, the 2nd is definitely the weakest.
Yes.
And this one did not have 3rd case syndrome.
Yeah. I will definitely agree with that.
Major bonus, like that gives it major bonus points. I think the 1st game will always just be my favorite. Just because it's the 1st.
The 1st game does have really good, like really nice charm. I do like it. I think the 3rd game's overarching story and the fact that it kind of just wraps everything up perfectly is always going to be my favorite.
Fair enough.
We already played the 4th game, Travis. Still hate the circus trial. True.
There's nobody who likes the circus trial.
All right, let's see this post-credit scene.
Oh boy, let's go to war.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Mr. Starbuck! You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Let's go!
All right!
Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache. Honestly, as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up toward a brighter tomorrow.
Congratulations. I thought we unlocked like a fighting game for a moment there. All right. So, next time, we got the Spirit of Justice.
Oh boy.
And look who's on the third case.
I see her. I see her.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna have to remember how to do that voice, but I see her.
The girl.
The girl. We better find out which, we better find out the order these take place in, just to see where we need to play the special episode.
Oh yeah, I do see this, the special. Yeah, we'll figure that out. If I remember correctly, I think this has a different setting throughout the entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's Japanifornia. You're cool. The cases are played in the correct order. Okay, cool. All right. Until next time, we will move on to the final game of the Ace Attorney trilogy, Spirit of Justice. Thank you so much, GCD, for being a part of this.
You're welcome.
And we will see you all next Friday.
I need more coffee next time.
Right? I know that's right. All right, guys.
Coffee.
See you later. Peace.
See ya.